Good evening. It's been a while since I last done one of these. So today is September 13th, the spooky day, 1909 EST, and today has been quite a sunny day, even though we're approaching fall. So let's see. Let's get to. So now I'm just simply just wiping off, just simply dusting off things on my end. And hello, Catboy, and hello, Karma. Nice to see you two here. So, so right now we're doing kind of like a free for all. So what I'm doing is, oh, and hello, Intrusive Bannered. So right now I'm just simply trying to. There's a character I have in mind that I'm going to sketch out for today. So that's the plan. And how usually Week Free for All works is just simply anything that comes to my mind or whatever people suggest, I will draw right there. However, right now I have an idea already in mind, so we're going to go with that. So how this works is we usually do what's called rounds. For each hour, I would try and sketch up much as I can. I'll take a 15-minute break, and I'll keep on repeating until I had enough. It's as simple as that. So this character that I had thought of, I've actually have been thinking about this character for some time. I've just been kind of sketching up ideas here and there of this character for some time, and I feel like now it's time to finally have him materialize. So that's the plan. The character I have in mind is Ortiz, so that's the character. So we're gonna go with that. And I see some new people. Hello, Shirley, Tommy, and Weemoon. So wow, quite a surprise. Surprise number of guests. All right, so I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to start sketching. So for the first round, which is the first hour, I'm going to start out on just shaping up the character, just getting an idea of the whole flow. And again, it's been a while since the last done with these, so I'm going to be a little bit rusty, but I'll do my best. So I figured a nice song to start this after, what is it? I think I haven't streamed for a month as of now, so this is a nice way to get back to the mood. So the song I'm choosing is a DJ that I love, DJ Kotz. I have been listening to him for a good decade. It's gonna be like a bit of an intro, but I'm gonna turn it down and then put it back up once it goes. Let's see. I was gonna let it just play through the whole intro, and once the song plays, I'll start. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day. Let's just say all the craziness on my part has officially ended, so thankfully I can now focus on just getting the thing done. Oh, here we go. Alright, let's have some fun. Will the character be one of yours? That is correct. Let's give a new guy. Alright, let's see. I got my main guy right here. And the question is, what pose should I choose? Oh my god, Mr. Pixels. Nice to see you here. Ooh, what's this? Stuff. Alright, let's get to business. So right now we're just not going to go too crazy with details. We're just simply getting like the gestures, just getting an idea of what the character should be shaped.
Hydrochloride tranquilizer used in veterinary practice for the sedation of animals and reptiles.
I consider my cowboy still new. Really? Exactly how long has your OC been created though? That's So I'm curious. Because I thought that's a character of yours that has been made for some time.
Dangers, seizures, psychosis, permanent loss of senses,
Oh, a month. Okay.
internal bleeding, and even death. Conclusion! Kid is for horses, you dumb motherfuckers!
Woomy. Hello, Dan. Alright, we'll just lay them all up. With the Anthro Furry existing for longer, but he is now was only done like more than a month. Okay, so you began as like a as a furry artist, if I'm correct. No, I'm just an artist that's been lucky that someone back then made my persona. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm not I've been lucky. Oh, okay. Let's see, so we can do that. Yeah, usually the constructing like the whole silhouette of the character itself is usually the toughest because it's just you have to convert the adult body on this type of silhouette. So, a bit challenging, but can be done. Of course, this can change as time goes by, so it's not like I'm permanently stuck with just that one pose. Yeah, I checked the image was finished on August 1st. Oh, okay. And this character that you made, has it been conceptualized for some time, or is this like it just popped up from that time? So what I want to do is I want to have it placed kind of like that. So I want to have him like sitting in a corner in some way. Yeah, I feel like the biggest mistake I made in the past is I tend to just simply just draw with very thin lead, and I think that kind of forces me to etch my way time by time, which eats up my time. So what I want to do for this session is make it fast, easy, and keep it simple. Because the goal I have for tonight is I want to have this character like sketched up, colorized, and at least have it presentable by tonight or tomorrow. That's the goal. Yeah, usually when I try out using that teeth method, it just doesn't look good, so I'm gonna go without it. Whoops. And for this eye design, I'm gonna try and have it like this. Have nothing down there, nothing in the middle. I'll take care of the hair in a moment. For now, I want to focus on the body. Looking nice, even it seems like he's mad. Yeah, actually later on I'll explain more in detail over the character. Of course, the biggest challenge now is just getting the silhouette right. Yeah, I figure maybe kind of like that, and alright, let's see what this sweater looks like.
angel. You're the only sunshine in my life. Feels like heaven when you take me in your arms. You're my angel. You're the only sunshine in my life. Feels like heaven when you take
Yeah, normally I would take my time and just do it point by point, but I feel like this one I'm kind of rushing a bit, so I slow down a bit. I mean, we got like 46 minutes left, so it's not like I'm rushed. It's not like a race at this time. Ah, okay. So, let me get rid of this part for a moment, and I want to have this a lot more straight with the pants, so let's go more like that, and yeah, I figured we'd do that.
We don't have to worry about nothing. 'Cause we got the fire, and we burning one hell of a something. They're gonna see us from outer space, light it up. Like we're the stars of the human race, human race. When the light is turning down, they don't know what they heard. Strike the march, play it loud, giving love to the world. We'll be raising our hands, shining up to the sky. 'Cause we got the fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we got the fire, fire, and we're gonna let it burn.
Not the silhouette I'm looking for, so I'm going to make some adjustments. Yeah, it's better. Oh, yeah, I prefer to have them a little small, like a small boyo. Let's try... Let's try this.
I was 5 and he was 6. We rode on horses made of sticks. He wore black and I wore white. He would always win the fight. Bang, bang, he shot me down. Bang, bang, I hit the
ground. Bang, bang, that awful sound. Bang, bang, my baby shot me down. My baby shot me down. My baby shot me, 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 shot me, shot me, shot me, shot me. My baby shot me down.
Don't forget to save. Last thing you want is your program crashing and losing everything, and you cry. I know that feeling one time 2 years ago. I thought I lost all my progress while finishing a comic page, but thank goodness Fire Island Podcast has an autosave file. Yeah, that's the same thing with here with Adobe. It's like, I mean, thankfully now they have like an autosave feature, but some programs don't have the luxury, and as worst cases, they do save the progress, but it's usually and what happens is the file corrupts. That happens to me years ago. I remember doing a 3D project for someone, actually for college one time, and during that time, so the project was, it was like a final of this 3D animation. Yeah, it was a final, and for my submission, I did like a robot animation that lasts like 2 minutes. Wasn't anything like too impressive, but it was just something. But what happens was I was just saving my progress and was minding my own business. But what happens was, if I remember correctly, oh yeah, I had this MacBook that's like 17 inches, and unfortunately the one I had was a recall version because apparently what happens is the graphics card died, and as a result I kind of lost all my progress right there. So after, thankfully I did a lengthy procedure of saving it, which I'm still surprised to this day. But what happens is when I open the file itself, the whole file system is corrupt. So you're talking about maybe 2 months of work just gone down the drain. Thankfully, there's a happy ending, because apparently this is a common issue of Maya at the time. And after looking at some forums, apparently what you have to do is you have to go to the binary code, like the code, and using a text file in the software in the file itself, make some adjustments, and the file fixes itself right there. Why does that work? I don't know, but thank the Lord for someone to notice that. But yeah, remember, save. And not only save, make alternate versions of the project file. So in case it corrupts, you at least have a backup on that part. Alright, it's slowly coming together, which is good. Now the question is, where should I... There's a prop I have in mind, but the thing is, where should it go?
I can fly. You take my hand and I electrify.
I'm gonna try this,
Your smile is driving me insane.
because I know he's right-handed.
You are my sun, my moon, my rain. 'Cause makes me feel like loving you. And I know it keeps on getting better. Now the skies have turned to blue. Yes, I know it keeps on getting better.
Let's try that. Yeah, it's gonna be pointing away from him because he is trained. He has good trigger discipline and knows how to handle pew pew, despite being a boyo.
Do you wanna dance with me? Do you wanna see the things that I see? Do you wanna dance with me? Tonight we can last forever. Do you wanna dance with me? And see the things that I see?
Alright, I have an idea of his hairstyle, so I'm gonna try this method. Usually I tend to have like very like fluffy, spiky, like messy hair for most people. But for this one, I'm going to try something a little different, and hopefully this works out. Almost there. I think I got an idea. I hope. Nope, it looks kind of stupid. Let's not do that. And let's try... Let's have that. And... Let me see something.
Never could see it coming. No, never could feel it till it's come and go. All of that don't mean nothing. No, when you're all alone. Oh, never could see it coming. No, never could feel it till it's come and go. All of that don't mean nothing. No, when you're all alone.
Okay, I think I got something. Just have that in the middle point and... Let's add some extra floofiness in this guy. That looks a little dumb. overall, this silhouette, I feel like I got it. So I say with the remaining time, I can mess around a bit.
Using our Midtown because of a Kansas City shuffle. What's a Kansas City shuffle? Kansas City shuffle is when everybody looks right. You go right. Fuck. Jesus. Oh shit, Jesus is right. So that's a
He needs more
Kansas City
floofiness.
shuffle. No. This is a Kansas City shuffle. Kansas City shuffle.
Looks like I got pretty much most of what I need done. So I think the one thing I need to focus on more is this, but I can take care of that in a moment. Excited. Yeah, that's what we have so far. The only thing I gotta fix up a bit is this middle part, but I think we pretty much got the whole shape of what I'm looking for. What I want is kind of like a more baggy silhouette, because I want to have this like an oversized military sweater. I don't think that's how the actual Glock is supposed to shape up, maybe. But for now, we'll just keep it like that for now.
Listen to your heart when he's calling for you. Listen to your heart. There's nothing else you can do. I don't know where you're going, and I don't know why. But listen to your heart before you tell him goodbye. Listen to your heart when he's calling for you. Listen to your heart.
I feel like this is the one that needs the most attention of this. Oh, let's say we've got 10 minutes left, so I'm going to switch up another track. This is also made by DJ Cod, so let's go with that.
Hello, boys and girls.
Oh, okay. So this is the one that has the introduction, so I'm going to skip it. Can I... No, that ruins the whole thing. Yeah, I'm going to pause that, and when the song starts, I can crank it up. Sorry about that. There was a bit of a troubleshooting that happened, but thankfully it's all fixed, and we're now back in business. All right. So, all right, let's see. Just gonna restart this song, and to make up for the lost time, I'm going to stretch the timer about like here. There we go. Yeah, right now the song has been reset, so in the meantime, I'm going to keep the mic on so you know it's still I'm off. I'm actually online, so sorry. All right, so right now we have this character as is. Um, I mean, as of now, it's not bad. I'm not big of a fan of the hair at the moment, but what's your guys' opinion on this so far? Looks all right. All right, all right. How are we doing this song? All right, still talking. Well, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it low, but there we go. All right, now the song is up. Oh, and hey, Drift, nice to see you here. Now we're back in business. But yeah, nice seeing you here, Drift. Yeah, I feel like from now on, I'm going to make the announcements on Twitter. That way people know that I'm online. I feel like that's the right way to do it. Because before, I tend to just simply post it on my server, and just once in another server, and that's about it. But if it helps, I mean, if it helps you guys know when I'm live, then definitely I'm going to continue on the process I'm doing.
This is my sound coming straight from the underground. coming straight from the underground.
I'm curious. What do you think? Should this thing stay? I'm leaving that. I'm leaving it in and see how it goes.
Goddamn hoes, here we go again.
Sketch looks nice though. Photoshop could be the best program for doing arts. I mean, it is good, but there do exist better alternatives for specific applications. That one I'm actually been considering trying out, like Clip Studio Paint to Affinity Photo 2. But I'd say for now, Photoshop is still my preferred program. Mostly because of a discount of it. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be using this at all. Okay, all that's left I need to do is add the details of the sweater, and I think that we should be it for now. Well, for this round, of course. feel like I could add more, but all right, we're at the end of round 1. So here is the result we got so far. We can stop that music for now, and we can switch to something a little more. Let's see. Let's try. Nah, let's try. Come on. Give me a good one. Give me a good one. We could try this. Let's put that away and now normally I would have this thing on full screen, but for this one, let's have it down here. And just see how it goes. Yeah, so right now we're just going to take a quick 15-minute break, just seeing what we can do. I wonder what can I suggest for the free-for-all thinkies. I'd say for the last round you can suggest something. For now, I mean right now I'm focused on trying to finalize. I want to have this thing refined, colorized, and shaded much as I can. And I'd say for the last hour, whoever comes up like the best idea, I will draw that for that hour alone. I think that'll be the best idea we can do. But yeah, I mean, as of now, the way it is not bad. I mean, I kind of like the silhouette and everything, including the garments that I chose for him. The hairstyle was a bit difficult because I was experimenting on a more shorter hair, but when I went with that, it just felt like a little bit awkward, so I reverted back to my usual like fluffy hairdo. Maybe one day I'll get into it if I have more time, but usually in these sort of like pressure, like when you're like on the clock and you have to get it done like on a reasonable time, you just got to work with what you got and just try to make it look good within a short time. So I went with the one that I felt the most comfortable with, but yeah, that's it. But yeah, who is this guy? He is Zymir Ortiz. And he is, no. This guy is no good. No bueno. There it goes. Yeah, so, tell you what, give me 1 minute, I'll be right back. I have returned, and I got myself Angry Orchard. Totally not influenced by someone. Totally not. But for real, this is actually really good. Bad boy. Actually, no. Let me fix it. Let me fix that. Super, very bad boyo. Exclamation, 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 exclamation. There you go. But yeah, Zymir Ortiz. Actually, this has been a character I have been wanting to make for quite a while. It began. So this character I've had conceptualized for quite some time. He originally, I know I keep saying the word, but a lot like a decade ago, I actually thought up my version of his character, and I remember I was on Skype with someone and I talked to him about like how I was influenced by his characters, and I thought, why not I make my own version? And I remember him saying like, "Hey, I mean, make your own. If it looks the way you conceptualize is so different to mine, why don't you just do it?" And so I thought of it, and the guy has been in numerous and numerous of positions. Like at first he became a bad guy, then he became a good guy, then a bad guy again, then a good guy again. It's just I have him placed on so many different stories and different positions in different scenarios within the eras I've been in. And in the end, I felt like with his character and personality, especially with the things I've gathered, I felt like it felt better if he remained as a bad guy as of now. And it's just a way. It's just like a kind of reminiscent of my memories with him, because I remember when we discussed with him with this guy like 10 years ago. I remember we kind of wrote the guy like he's a very like ultra edgy sort of like guy who will essentially do everything to be offensive as I can. That was essentially who he is. However, as time goes by, his version seems to be kind of tamed down and focuses more on different applications. I mean, that's his decision, and I mean, I do respect his direction. However, I still kind of reminiscent the original version that I thought of him. So that's why. So that's kind of the idea of him. It's like I want to go back to that time when he was like the ultra edgy boyo, but kind of modernize him in some way. But yeah, this character is not in Cells where Oswald is. He is actually from another story called Interpolación. Actually, it's the kind of story that I've been conceptualized for the past couple of days. So I figured, when I just try to, I just thought like this morning, like I kept thinking about like what Zymir should be, what is he really? So after spending some time just trying to conceptualize and like writing down like his position, his job, what he does, what does he do to make him an evil guy, the project he's involved with, like the more I write about him, the more it kind of make more sense of exactly what I want him to be. So I figured after spending like a good month or two just conceptualizing him, I felt like I was confident enough to finally materialize Zymir. So yeah, that's kind of the whole process of how this character came to be. Of course, there's other two characters that I've teased during my time in when I was a guest with the pencils. When I was drafting my part, I did tease two other characters that were part of the same story of Zymir. So maybe one day I'll draft them as well. Maybe the next free for all, who knows? But that's kind of the idea. All right. Um, so I do have a question to you guys. When it comes to me announcing all my streams, where do you find my streams announcements? Do you find them on the server or do you find them on Twitter? That I need to know because originally, I mean, during my wave of set streams in my past, I tend to exclusively Twitter or Discord. Yeah, the reason I ask is because in the past I tend to exclusively only post in one server and my server, and that's basically it. I mean, it worked for a time, but let's just say I want to try and be more mostly Discord for me. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to essentially branch out and try to follow my own path as much as I can. Because, I mean, it's great that the server I was in that allows me I appreciate them doing that. I just wanted to try to be more, like, try to be more independent as much as I can on that regard. So, if that helps, from now on, any sort of like future announcements, I'm going to post the announcements on Twitter in my server, and once it goes live, I'll notify on those platforms once again. But yeah, if you have any questions about Zymir or anything relating to my production and stuff like that, feel free to ask. This is why I set up the break sessions mostly for this, kind of like a mini Q&A between my work sessions. I would say though, I do apologize on the long delay of my last stream session. It's like I said, there has been. Hold on a minute. Yeah, for the past 2 to 3 weeks, let's just say work has been intensifying lately, which has been quite unusual. Especially one video project, which, oh my god, that took me quite a while. I mean, this video project, so essentially I had one day to film all the scenes and everything all in one day. And I had about 2 weeks to essentially edit it all together, put in all the effects here and there. The first week, I was essentially just putting all together, creating like a concept version of the video itself and submit it just so they can see it. And thankfully, they liked it. But during the second week, that's when I had to put in the effects and all this stuff. And oh my god, that was quite an experience. Because what happened was, during the second week, first, I tried to make effects on my MacBook, and for some reason, my MacBook always chokes out every time I do some basic effects. So I had to move it to my desktop, and that also has problems. But thankfully, I've been able to get most of the effects done. After updating my MacBook, it finally works. So I got both machines working on the effects. I remember I would stay up to like 2 and 3 just to hit a milestone to ensure that I get it done on time. So there was that. During the final day, which was Sunday, I've been able to finish it all up, submit it. I finally submitted at 3 a.m. and then I just went back to sleep like after that. By Monday, a day before the official debut of the whole film, I got a last minute call saying like, "Hey, remember that? Do you know those scenes that you spent a good amount of time on? Yeah, I want those cut just to reduce the time." So it went from like a 7-minute video to now reduced to like a 5-minute video, and a good amount of the effects I worked on has actually been scrapped because of it. I mean, I'm not bad about it. It's just, it is what it is. It is kind of funny how I spent all the time on all the effects, only to have like 2/3, like 1/3 of it cut, which is I mean, oh well. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, that was kind of the reason why I've been away for some time. Which, I mean, I wish it wasn't the case, but it's kind of the price I have to pay with my job. But hey, I'm not complaining. It's funny to look back at it now. Okay, so we got all right. We're about to enter round 2. So, all right. So right now we got the basic silhouette of the whole character complete. Now, for this other hour, I'm going to refine the whole shape of it. I'm gonna go. Usually, I try to go like crazy with details, especially with the props and here and there. I'm not gonna do it in this one because if I do that, I'm gonna be here for another I'm gonna be here till 1, which, while I want to do it, I can't. So I'm gonna do my best on this next hour, and then for the other hour, I'll focus on coloring, shading, and that should be it. And I'll try to have one extra hour in the end. So if anyone has any suggestions or things they want me to draw, I'll do my best. Okay. Let's bring this back up. Alright, let's see. Let's go my guy Goldie. Oh, by the way, if anyone wants to see, hang on. Yeah, if anyone wants to go back and hear the song again, that was the song it was remixed by DJ Kotz. That was the first track that played. So this next one is by Goldie. Alright, round 2, here we go. Let's get rid of that. Good luck. Thank you, Drift.
To make a plan, babe. Take a moment to consider this.
Yeah, I figured let's start with the head. Why not?
We go together or we stay. Until the bitter end, we take our chances.
Yeah, the one thing I want to try for tonight's session is we're gonna try it like nice and fast, but making good as possible. Usually, I have a tendency to overthink and over detail certain things. I mean, I like it and I wish I could still do it, but unfortunately, if I keep doing that on every illustration, there won't be much done, which is not good. So I figured, why not just speed this up and give you guys actually a finished product rather than another sketch. Yeah, I remember playing this song before, Goldie. He used to be my favorite drum and bass player back in when I was a kid. Actually, like very young, so this is like nostalgia to me. This is like a little experiment. Maybe I'll keep that. Maybe not. Who knows? I like the idea of him having a bang, so I figured might as well keep that. I figured I'm gonna keep this guy. Why not? Yeah, the sweater that I'm seeing, the cuff is actually pretty loose. Like it goes like all around like the top part of. It doesn't like wrap around the neck. It goes. It has like a lot of give. So I figured we can do that. I'm not going to include the lanyard because it looks a little too goofy on him. So I do have another idea. So I'll show in a moment. I'm gonna write this all down. I'm gonna write this as well, so if you guys want to listen back. There you go. The prop, I'm going to save that to the end, because I know that will take me a while. So the sweater that I'm referencing on is actually Yeezy Season 1 military sweater. And the one thing I'm kind of learning is that there's actually different variants on different seasons that he has produced. There's a Season 1 that has like the inner guard located like under, like kind of like the underneath of the, like the forearm of your, kind of like the wrist area. So it's actually this part. I feel like I'm gonna go with this variant. And apparently with Season 1, there's two variants of the sweater. There's the destroyed version, and there's the clean version. I think if I have some extra time, then I might do the destroyed version, because I feel like that fits more of Zymir. But it all depends, like, if I can. I figured for the bottoms, I'm gonna go with the. There's a unique set of cargos that I found. Let's see which one I can. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try this one. There's a new cargo that I found that has a unique type of weight it does the cargo of the pants. So that one I'm gonna try and emulate or reference on. Normally I don't put toenails or fingernails because it usually comes off uncanny, but I'm gonna try with this one. I mean, we'll keep that for now, and if it looks awkward, I can always just remove it. Yeah, I don't want to over-exaggerate the crease. That's the important part. From my experience with the pants, it's like they are pretty long, especially if you're not the right body type. But usually it doesn't like really overlap that excessive. Alright, looks like we got... Wow, I'm surprised how fast we managed to pull it through. And we're only halfway done. So, I mean, halfway through the session, this round. So, alright, that's good. That's good. Before I get to the prop, I'm gonna keep on working with the creases and detail. No, not that one. Let me keep working more of this. Yeah, the one thing I want to do is I want to make sure that the creases and the folds go in a more reasonable flow, because if you over exaggerate it or go all over, it makes it rather look awkward. So just want to be careful. King Ludwig, King Ludwig, Let me try again. King Ludwig, I of Bavaria. Welcome. Yeah, a lot of first timers, which is pretty surprising. I do appreciate you guys coming in. Yeah, the toenails is not working well. I don't like it, so I'm going to remove them. I think in the future, once I make more like proper anime styles, it will work better. But when it comes to more cartoony aesthetic like this one, I mean, granted, it is a bit like anime-like, but it's a blend between anime and cartoony. So like, it's like a blend between Western and slight anime influence. So unfortunately, the toenails does not work. The I in the username refers of him being the second Bavarian knight named Ludwig. LOL. I find him to be a very interesting historical figure, and I'm into German history, which is why I chose that as a username. Ah, okay. Guten Tag. But you can just call me Ludwig, though. I go by on Discord. All right. I'll keep in mind, King Ludwig IIO Bavaria. LOL. Said by King Ludwig IIO Bavaria. Now, with these pants, it is a bit tapered, so I'm going to try and include that in here. Alright, granted, not my best attempt, but it was at least a good try. But I'm gonna keep on fighting and make this work. You still did good. Thank you, Waymood. Yeah, I mean, with this one, this is meant to be like extremely like detailed or like extremely like crazy and stuff like that. This is just simply having fun, just trying to at least draw something for the sake of it. It's like a nice detour from this current art trade I'm doing for someone. Which character are you drawing? So this one is actually a new character. His name is Zymir Ortiz. There you go. He is a character that I have thought of for a long time, but I finally thought up why not just have him materialize now. So that's how it is. Yeah, so as mentioned earlier, right now my biggest aim is I want to have this finalized with line art, colorized, and shaded. That way I can at least have like something finished. Yeah, I mean, that's something I kind of admit. I feel like I'm not too thrilled about just sending sketches, just sketches like here and there. So I figured I got a couple more sketches on the way, which will be released like every Tuesday. But once I finish my last one, I'm going to take a pause on just uploading sketches, and I'm going to focus more on actually uploading finished work, like actual like finished colorized and shaded work, because the original plan of uploading sketches was just simply keep people interested, and I thought it's like a nice way to show people like a work in progress of it. But I feel like it's not really helping, because I feel like most people aren't. I don't think it's like the right move to do. So I figured for my next batch, I'm going to upload only finished work and go with that. Of course, I'm going to come up with like a new process so I can actually get the thing done, so it doesn't take like forever. That's understandable. Your sketches are so detailed and nearly drawn that there have been at least a couple times that I thought they were the finished pieces. No, they're not. They're actually just, that's actually just a sketch. Like, I have plans of actually want to finalize them. So, no way they are finished. No way, Jose. But I would say, I might explain more during my break, but the thing with those is that the finished sketches that I've made, like the Rolls Gift. Whoa. Oh, thank you, Ludwig. I appreciate the follow. Oh, and during break, there's actually one extra element that I want to show you guys, but I'll show you just I'll show you after this. But yeah, it's just that with the finished illustrations like Roll's Gift to Zaya and recently Monty, I had a good time in making them because it's a good way for me to kind of push myself and want to make really good art. That's kind of my biggest goal at the end of the day. Like I want to really like up my game and really do better and better and better the more as I keep going. However, part of me feels like I'm kind of prioritizing too much about the details and stuff. And what happens is that kind of slows down the whole distribution of my work, meaning that I don't have much to really show because of that. Hope you're having a good time streaming, Ico. I missed out too much tonight. Oh, don't worry. I mean, I'm gonna be here for maybe another 2 or 3 hours, so don't worry. I do. Hopefully your stream went out well, Dan. I apologize. I haven't been able to get to it because I have this, but still, I mean, I hope it goes well on your end. But yeah, it's just I feel kind of bad that I wasn't able to produce as much as I hope, mostly because like the amount of time I need to put in on those illustrations is what's causing me to not post as much. I don't want this to be like a sap story. I just want to show. I want to explain like the process of what's going on. So I figured after I finish my last batch, which is going to be, I'd say like after November, like during like the second half of November, I have an idea of exactly how I'm going to reformat the whole plan of how I'm going to make my stuff. Sorry if I did not stream you tonight. I think came on and got tired. I will tomorrow, not promoting or anything. Okay. I mean, sorry that something happened, but I mean, hopefully that's solved. That's all I can say. But yeah, that's kind of like the idea. It's like from after November, like during like late November, I have an idea of how I'm going to adjust how I'm going to upload my stuff, so that way you guys can see more finished stuff in a reasonable time. It was a drawing gift for an IRL friend of mine. Oh, okay. Hopefully your IRL friend enjoys it. I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, hopefully it goes well. Nothing serious or depressing. Alright, that's good to hear. Not sure why, but I always find drawing like floofy hairs kind of like the best. Like I always enjoy doing that. It's like I noticed that virtually all of the art from Cell's story has been black and white. Just out of curiosity, do you plan on making any color pics of Oswald and the other characters from that story? Yes. So, give me 1 minute. Let me just do this. Okay. So everything you saw, that's only a sketch of Oswald and all the other characters from Cells. It is going to be colored, of course, and there's going to be more than that. What's happening now is... Okay, I might explain more in detail during break, but I would say what's happening now is I'm just kind of like offloading all of my sketches that I have done during earlier this year and just showing what I've made so far during that time. So essentially all of what you saw was kind of like a batch of during a session during that time. And I'm just slowly showing them off like bit by bit. That's kind of what's been happening. Again, they're going to be colored. And in fact, I think later this month or early next month, actually maybe, yeah, later this month or early next month, I'm actually going to make a color version of Oswald using one of the sketches I've done in the past. Because this is a nice way to showcase what Oswald actually looks like color. And in case anyone wishes to, if anyone's like needs a reference of Oswald, I can at least have a proper version of him. Well, enjoy the rest of the stream, dude. Talk to you later. Thank you. Rest well, Dan. Alright, here comes the biggest challenge. They're good. Yeah, that's when I gotta be really careful with like positioning and stuff, so. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, I'm so surprised that the gun is the challenging part of this place. You seem to be able to draw firearms extremely well. Well, I mean, to me, it is always a challenge, especially with like specific angles and the type of weapon weight. Bleh. I can't speak today. Especially weapon weight. How I'm doing rabbits. Weaponry and arsenal that these boyos would actually possess. It's just mostly, from my experience, usually when it comes to like blocky and more polymer type of firearms, like the modern AR-15 to like the Glock, like stuff that's like very blocky and kind of like very low poly in some way. Those are kind of easy in some, because it's kind of like a block, and these guys just simply just block it out, no pun intended, and there you go. You just got to keep in mind on certain key factors like this extra attachment to like hatches located right here, that sort of thing. I find myself, the most challenging ones are actually the ones that have a lot of attachments, a lot of like so-called like tactical accessories, like the grid, like the grids to attach your scope, your ACOG scopes, your forearm, maybe the little attachment that turns your pistol into like a submachine gun in some way. The ones that has like a lot of holes and a lot of like parts of it, that's the part where it gets really challenging, because when you get to that element, not only you have to worry about scale, but you got to ensure that every part is appropriately on scale, so that way it doesn't look very awkward. I think when I made Ruben Hernandez injector knife, that was a bit challenging because it was mostly just a lot of details within like the handle itself that I got to pay really close attention to. That was the only thing that kind of threw me off a bit. But I'd say for this one, I think I might got it, but I don't want to jinx myself. Oh, song's end. Okay, so I'm gonna restart the song, and for this one, I'm going to cheat a bit. I'm going to stretch this up to 15 more minutes. Let's do a 16. That way, I have more of a generous time to work on this pew pew. Again, for this one, I don't want to go like super crazy with details because we can be here all day. And I mean, I would like to, but unfortunately, gotta work with the clock. And to anyone's asking, no, I do not own any pew pews. If you're asking,
Go together or we stay. Until the bitter end, we take our chances. You captivate me, baby.
That's a very interesting trigger. What is that? Oh, it's a hatch. Oh, okay, so that's for the double action, I think. Okay. So, it does that. Just that little detail, just so it's not overlapping the gun. Okay, I think I might have screwed something up. But don't worry, I can fix it. Alright, it's coming together, it's coming together. Don't worry guys, I can still win. Yeah, before the stream, one of the things that I thought about is what type of gun. I own a couple of Pew Pews, just a lever action hunting rifle with just H86 and a vintage Smith & Wesson 38 special revolver though. No survival stash or anything like that. You lost letterless. Someday I would like to buy a Colt 1911 and possibly steady semi-auto rifle though. Oh. I mean, if I have to choose, if I have the opportunity to select my own Pew Pews, it will have to be the ARX-100. That's a beauty that I have been admiring for some time, because I like the whole overall shape of it and the whole ambidextrous approach to it. Plus, it was featured in Call of Duty Ghosts when you play as a soldier in space. When that gun showed up, it's like, wow, that's so futuristic and awesome that I would like to get one of those someday. So that's one that came to mind. The other thing is it may not be possible, but it's Norinco QBZ-97. That is a Chinese. That used to be the Chinese People's Liberation Army's service rifle. Unfortunately, the U.S. has a huge ban on Chinese pew-pews, so unfortunately, I won't be able to get myself one of those because, yeah, let's just say U.S. and China doesn't have the best relations. So unfortunately, we won't be able to have any fun with those. Canada, though, the people in Canada they can own those. So people in Canada, you're lucky. So what else? I would say the other one I want to get is the Bren 10. That one is kind of the most interesting because I remember watching Forgotten Weapons, and one of the firearms that he mentions is actually the Bren 10, like the most tactical pistol ever. And just seeing him fiddle around with all the little details and quirks that thing has, it's like, oh my god, it's so fucking stupid. I want it. Yo, but the one Fortnite gun I want to get myself is the Cobra Terminator. That is something I would love to get. It's so fucking stupid, but it is so dumb, but I love it so much. Like, I want one. It's just a fucking tube that you. So, hang on, I have to draw this out to illustrate. So, the Cobra Terminator is not like a traditional shotgun. Like, you know, like most shotguns, you have this thing that you just pump and it goes like thousands of fun pellets comes out and shoots a frisk. Not with this. So what this does is, I'm gonna quickly illustrate this. So it's actually kind of like motion action. So what it is that that's kind of roughly what it looks like. What you're supposed to do is there's no levers or anything. All it is that you uncock this thing, insert your shell, and with the power of force with this tube, once you press it, this tube lunges forward, and what it does is that tube itself has a firing pin that goes to the shotgun shell, essentially, and that's how it shoots. So by the power of physics, this thing just lunges forward and just goes off. Now the issue with that is that, for what people has been reporting and for videos, if you've been seeing them, it doesn't work. Like, it's a piece of junk, but I love how crude and dumb that thing is, and I love it. Same with the Street Sweeper and the Lady Home Companion. Super dumb names, but I really love Cobra because of it. It's just everything that's everything that's like completely unorthodox, they do it, and I love their blocky aesthetic, their crude aesthetic. Like, oh my god, I want to draw more of those. Actually, Oswald, one of Oswald's preferred firearms is the 1911 with the Nomar 40 round drum, and another one is actually the Cobra Terminator, which I will draw him someday with that thing. All right, enough of me talking dumb stuff. So let me get back to work. Don't forget to save. That's really important. Yeah, that does sound like a weird firing action. I mean, telling you is one thing. I mean, I highly suggest after this looking up like some videos up yourself just to see the whole mechanism behind it, because the fact this was produced and sold as that, it's just incredible. I mean, usually that kind of mechanism is done by homemade weapons, but not like that. Not like like an actual commercial product that you can buy for yourself. Okay, the angle is a little bit off, but that's okay, I can fix it. But yeah, one of the criteria I have when thinking of the right firearm for Zymir is it'll be like an important factor later in the story once I flesh it out. But one of the key elements of the story is one of the character's fears is actually a specific bullet, and that particular bullet is the 45 ACP. I can't tell exactly like why, but that's his biggest fear. So him having this is like a fear factor and a way to control that character who has that fear. So while researching what type of handgun has that, one of them was the Glock 21. So I figured that's like the right, these both aesthetically and performance is exactly what we're looking for. Well, I'm looking for. So that's kind of the decision based on that. Okay, I think I might make it a little too big, but that's okay. Bigger is better, as they say. Alright, right now, oh my god, it's 29 degrees Celsius here. Don't worry guys, I'm still alive. I mean, thank god I have two fans with me, because if it weren't for those, I would have been choking. Oh, time's up. I'm going to keep on going just a little bit more because I want to try and get this done. What precisely are you using the timer for? The timer itself is mostly used as so usually I call what's called rounds. So each hour I will count as a round. So after an hour, I would give myself 15-minute break and then move on to the next. It's just a way to help me keep myself not overworking and have like a nice pace of myself. That's kind of the point behind it. And I think we're in the right time to stop. So I'm gonna keep the music playing. So let's get rid of that. Bring this back up. All right. Here is what we have so far. Let me get rid of that. I mean, as of now, it's not bad. I mean, the gun is exactly what I'm looking for. The silhouette is right. The details is exactly what I'm looking for. So I can't complain too much. I think there's some bits I can fix. Let me just revert this back. Yeah, I feel like there's some elements I can fix, but that's okay. I can take care of that in round 3. But yeah, for round 3, I'm going to finalize the gun, fix up the hand, fix up some elements, and then we can move on to coloring. So if we do this right, then in 2 hours, this should be done. But yeah, there's something I was supposed to say. There's something I was gonna. Oh yeah. Let's see. Let me pull this up. Okay, so this is just a test, but let me see if this works. Yeah, so there's that. So, I thought I might as well enable that. So, I'm not sure exactly the whole process of it yet, but maybe later on I'll learn more about that. But yeah, so if you wish to say anything using that, you're free to do so. For now, I just set it to any amount, but of course, just keep it respectful and all that stuff. there's actually one thing I want to show. So, let me see if this works. I'm gonna put this down. See if this works. Yeah, there we go. So, this is like a little teaser of what's coming up. So this is like another art trade for someone. So, if you know who it is, then congrats. But yeah, that's just a sketch I made yesterday, and very soon, by I think tomorrow or next week, I'm gonna begin on illustrating, finalizing, and all that stuff. Ideally, this should be done by next Saturday, and I'm planning to stream my process of it. So look forward to that. But yeah, that's the progress of. Yeah, yeah, you thought right. And in case you're wondering, there you go. That's tell the guy to the guy who recommended me this. Thank you, because these are good, and yeah. There you go. That's a nice little sneak peek. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be right back in about a couple minutes. I just need to just need to let this room just need to get all the hot air out. So give it a minute. Yeah, the one thing I'll say is I'm quite surprised how well this is turning out. I thought that not streaming for a month, I was kind of worried that I might be rusty in some elements, but no, surprisingly, this actually went pretty well. I would say if you guys have any suggestions or things I can do that you guys like to see or want me to do, definitely do let me know. You can DM me or anything, so I can take your suggestions and see how I can work with it. Because I've just been mostly just working on my end, just simply going my route and see how it goes. But I feel like now I just like to see what people want, and what people want is just work with that. Your print stitching honestly seems fine, pretty slick and professional. I appreciate it, Ludwig. Thank you. Yeah, I figure I could say this. So, while designing the whole layout of Aikukiku, I have a bunch of inspirations that led me to the whole aesthetic and the idea behind it. But when it comes to like overall like the design of how it's gonna go out, I've honestly I don't watch much VTubers as I wish. I mean, there are some VTubers I do like Gargura to maybe that doggy, that dog girl thing. Forgot her name. But there's one guy that I really do like, Roku Inumi. Actually have a mug, so give me a minute. Yeah, so let me just... Yeah, so... let me just position it right. There we go. So... I think I kind of mentioned him a couple times in the past, but this is a VTuber who is a boyo, but also a dog. I have fallen in love with this guy for quite some time. Just having this mug is one thing. But yeah, when I saw his layout on how he made his, I was kind of impressed by how animated and lively the whole thing is. So it began with his layout, and I just kind of built it around with things that I like myself. So you can thank him on the whole thing. Unfortunately, Ruku is Japanese. He only speaks in Japanese, so unfortunately, it's going to be a little difficult to watch his streams as a US viewer. I mean, I did message him. I did talk to him in the chats sometimes here and there. It's kind of funny is that when I say hi, when he was reading my name, even he was struggling on reading my name itself. Maybe Aiku Kiku is not a name, but who knows. Alright, time's up. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get this back up. Alright, let's switch to music. Thank you, Goldie, but it's time to move on to... Nah, don't want to go with that. Let's go for some sewer slut. Wait, is Aiko Kiku not a Japanese name? I mean, technically it is. Like, I did... let me just pull this down. Alright, let me just restart this. Okay, so we're in round 3. So the plan for round 3 is I'm going to finalize the details of the line art of the boyo and the prop. And hopefully we have enough time to actually colorize the entire character itself. And for the final round, I'm going to shade it up, and that should be it. So that's the plan. Alright, let's get to it. But the name Aiko Kiku, it's quite a lengthy story behind it, but Aiko Kiku itself, I mean, all I did was I just typed in Japanese boy name and Japanese like last names, and I figured that's like the right name to go. But the story of how I came up Aiko Kiku is a bit of a story. Let me pull this up. There we go. Yeah, so it'll be quite a story. So the name Aiko Kiku, I didn't actually begin as that. I went through many other names in the past, but back 10 years ago, I used to be called Honda Kiku. Actually, it's a name of Japan from Italia. Actually, the real name of Japan and the anime Italia is actually Honda Kiku. So I love that name so much, I ended up using that name on like my Facebook name and here and there, like at the time. However, as time goes by, I want to claim that name more and more, and I figured Honda may not be the right name because it's already taken by him. And so, as time goes by, I thought, let's find like a first name that's like very close to my first name. So I spent some time looking around, and I found Aiko, and I figured, yeah, that works. And the name kind of sticks. However, it wasn't, I didn't like really fall attached to the name itself. And in fact, Aiko Kiku, like the whole concept of Aiko Kiku is meant to be completely different. Because I began as Honda Kiku, then I changed the name to Bane. After that, I switched to Sly. That was when I was in Splatoon fandom. And during my isolation phase, I just simply didn't have a name at all. I just simply I went by like a barcode. That's what I call the isolation phase. Like I just simply have no, like, didn't have like any sort of like fandoms or any groups at all. So I just kind of went on my own venture. But then Aiko Kiku has been an interesting route because it was meant to be like another character, like another OC, like away from my main one. But that didn't happen, and I kept Aiko Kiku. But again, the name really didn't really stick because I remember in the early days, people were mistaken as Aiko Kiku. People were questioning why did I chose a girl name of Aiko Kiku, and I was actually considering changing it. However, I think what kind of seals the deal was actually like last year or 2 years ago, when Kanye West was producing Donda 2, which was never like official release, there was one scrap song called Pablo featuring Marilyn Manson, and during the verse, I think he was mostly mumbling, but during his mumbling, it almost sounds like he was saying Aiko. And after I heard him saying that, it's like, oh my god, you know what? I'm keeping the name. And ever since, thanks to him, the name kind of sticks. And yeah, Aiko Kiku's. I'm now known as Aiko Kiku. But yeah, apparently even like some people in Japan still has some troubles pronouncing my name. I'm guessing maybe because of I use like English characters, but hey, who knows? I mean, it's not like a bad thing or anything. It's just I just find it funny, honestly. Pretty interesting story. Yeah. I mean, I can go more like why I name myself Bane, why I name myself Sly, but I figured they're kind of boring, honestly. But I'll just say Sly came after my PS3 username Sly.54 that Rick came from, and the name Bane is gonna sound embarrassing because I was in another fandom, and one of someone's OCs in that fandom was actually named Bane. So I figured appropriating a name, and yeah, that name sticks. Yeah, so if anyone wants to look back, that's the third track being played. You won't be able to find any new songs under name. She now goes under the name Synthasia, I believe. So if you want to find new songs, you have to look up on that name. I'm gonna save the details of that later. Okay, granted, I flipped the image of this firearm, so I think some details may be incorrect, but I'm going to give myself an exception here due to the circumstance. But it won't happen again. Alright, let's get the grip. Hey Dusk, nice to see you here. Let me... Yeah, welcome. I'll show you the progress of what we have now. So here's the Boyo. Here is a new character that I've been designing. Alright, let me get back to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I'm gonna try and promise myself not to overdo the details. No promises. No promises, actually. What's his name? There we go. Let me zoom out. His name is Zymir Ortiz. There we go. That's his name. He's not he's not part of the story where Oswald is. The story sells. He's from another story called Interpolación. So that's where he is. Super Berg. I don't know what you mean, but okay. Inter what? Oh. Interpolación. Yeah, I said it right. Interpolación. Never mind, I thought it said Super Verg, but it was a super very bad boy. Yes. I could go further, but unfortunately, I don't want to waste too much time, so I gotta get a move on. Sorry, but I think the Fang must go. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, like I said, I'm sorry guys, but unfortunately the toenails have to go. Like I said, if it was like a more proper anime character, I would keep it, but it just doesn't feel right with this. Not to I mean, if you want it so bad, I mean, I could just... I mean, let's give it a shot. Why not? Yeah, I mean, some people. Yeah, you said it. I'm going to provide it to you. I mean, some people were able to nail it with certain characters, but unfortunately with this, it's like it. Again, I wish this worked, but I can't. I can't allow it. Sorry. Yeah, so what I mean about the interesting design of these cargos is these are actually Yeezy Gap Balenciaga cargos, and the one thing that makes them untraditional is that most cargo pants, they tend to have, I mean, let me just roughly like draft one right now. So usually most cargos, they usually have like these pockets on the side that has like either a button or velcroed. That way the contents can stay in place, so you can just flap them open and grab stuff what you want. Not with these. With these are actually wrapped around the waist, so it's away from it's from the waist itself, and these are stitched so the cargos goes like kind of like this, and they're meant to be kind of like kangaroo pouches. So you're meant to just, and they have like they have like a seam in the middle, so essentially you can just reach in, grab whatever content you want from either of those sides without the need of flaps or anything. I have a pair myself, and they're interesting. The length of the pants is actually pretty long, so it gives that overly baggy feel. But if you wear like big shoes or boots, that can circumvent the issue. But if you're barefoot or just have like socks, you'll have that oversized drape effect like this guy's having. So that's the biggest thing. You need shoes to actually wear these. And another thing I kind of discovered is they're not as flexible as I thought. Maybe it's just my body size, but it's Kanye your favorite? How do you know? The answer is yes. I shouldn't talk too much about him because I feel like you guys are getting annoyed, but actually I'm going to try to not to talk too much about him because I feel that you guys are getting sick of me talking about it. But I would say The Weeknd also comes in like next to first. The Weeknd, I also listen to Post Malone here and there. So yeah. Okay, all that's left I need to do is let me get the markings of the Glock, and we'll be set. We'll have some sort of musician, filmmaker, and other artists we're set with. Yeah, I mean that's true. I mean, to tell you the truth, I wasn't really. Oh, thank you, A. And let me read it. EHG0042. Thank you. Sorry, the preview on my screen is a little small, so it's kind of hard for me to see it. But thank you. Yeah, I mean, like I said, honestly, in the beginning, I didn't really think too much about Kanye. In the beginning, I used to think of him as a weirdo, honestly. Like it was the era when I wasn't really big into rap, so I can't really think too much about it. But I think when My Love Is Buffalo came around, when I was in college, that's when I really got into it a bit. But there was like some tracks that got me into it, like mostly the synth part. This was the era when I was like exclusively only listening to like hardcore techno, gabber, drum and bass, like purely electronic music. So anything related to rap or pop, I refused to listen. But I guess he kind of helped me lean a bit, but it wasn't. Honestly, it wasn't him that helped me get into rap. It was actually Young Lean and Blade. This is an era when vaporwave was like very big, so Young Lean came in the right time. So I remember listening a bunch of him during my college days, especially during my. It came in the right time. Essentially, the emo, futuristic kind of vibe. That's exactly what I'm looking for, and I remember listening to him so many times that he kind of helped me kind of bridge the gap between electronic to rap. And that's when I gained like a bit more of appreciation to other artists at the time. I mean, there are other elements here and there, like that Job I talked about here and there, who was like does like a lot of streetwear here and there. My trip to New York City, where I get to see like Supreme to Louis V, Off-White, Flight Kick, those kind of stuff. And also my path of how I got into the whole fashion thing. But back to Kanye. It's like, I think my detour of liking the whole streetwear culture and the hypebeast era at that time, mixed in with the interest of rap music and understanding more about the design elements and the creativity behind that kind of realm, kind of helped me appreciate not just the rappers, but also people like, of course, Kanye and other people. So after going through that detour, when I came back, that's when I kind of got a full appreciation of Kanye and all of his work. And I kind of went far beyond just researching his catalog, all of his other projects, scrap projects, and essentially became like, been following him ever since. I think I officially went like full in ever since Donda came out. So ever since, I kind of went like all in, from Donda 2, the STEM player, the Vultures era, like all that stuff. I mean, granted, yes. I mean, I'm fully aware that he is fucking crazy in a bad way. And while I do appreciate what he does, in all honesty, I prefer never working with him, honestly, because I heard a lot of horror stories from people saying that it's fucking hell working with him. Like, you have to work like fucking crazy hours to do it. And at certain times, like if you get in a bad mood, he will essentially just kind of fire you on the spot because of it. Along with, he has a very bad addiction to, let's just say, spicy stuff. So, not a very comfortable position to be in. Point being, I like the guy. I mean, I like his creativity. I like the things he has made, from the Yeezy line to the music-wise and projects and the influence he has. But I'm fully aware that I'm not 100% behind him on everything he has said or do. I will say that. essentially separating the artist from the art, if that makes sense. Okay. I could keep going, but for time's sake, it's time to color this guy. Let me just take care of this part. Alright, yeah, he's ready. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, Ye has certain gone in some interesting philosophical direction as of late. I could say about that, I mean, straight up, I don't agree everything when he says in that part. If you ask me, I still believe it, but I would say part of me believes that his little rant that he has made 2 years ago, I think he did it on purpose. Like, he purposely tried to be as offensive as possible to get out the contracts from Adidas and Gap, because I remember him saying multiple times that he was very unsatisfied on how Yeezy and how Adidas and Gap were mistreating him, essentially stealing his designs, upcharging his work, and essentially doing a lot of directions that he was not approving of. Like, they were doing like a lot of weird things behind the scenes that he wasn't really a big fan of. And so I think in order to break the contract and be like fully independent, away from being bounded by the corporates, he kind of pulled that stunt to purposely get Adidas and Gap to destroy the contract without facing any repercussions or penalties from breaking the contract. That's my conspiracy, like, that's my belief. Of course, like I said, what he did was bad. That's no doubt. But part of me kind of believes that that might have been the direction he could have I feel like that's something he would have done in order to liberate himself. I could be wrong. Like, I'd like to be proven wrong, but I hope that's kind of the case of what happened. Yeah, because this ain't the first time he has did that, like, kind of like abandoning or ditching like deals like that. He did that with Nike way back when he first produced his own Yeezy lines under Nike, and he wasn't approving over how Nike kind of treats him, and so he kind of had to. I think he did like some stunt or something like that, and he ended up releasing the Red Octobers with that thing. Plus, there were other projects and other things that he abandoned here and there, from his London Academy to the housing projects. Like, there are a lot of projects that he essentially abandoned or ditched because they don't follow his vision, or he just kind of lost direction and just move on to the next. I mean, there's a lot of archives and a lot of stuff that he has left behind that were very interesting, that honestly left me inspired on how many stuff he has left behind that could have been really delved in. Like, from the STEM player to that STEM player project with the projector. I wish that could have gone through. There was his collaboration with Teenage Engineering. There was the housing projects done at Academy. What else? The auditorium, the possible like new ventures of the that that biosphere that he's also doing. Like he has done like a lot of projects that most people aren't like fully aware of what he's actually doing. I mean, there's that presidency line, but let's not talk about that. The one thing I really like about his garments is not just the quality behind the stuff he has produced, but also the thing I love about his stuff is it's the right shape and weight, exactly what I'm looking for. Because most shirts, I mean, they tend to be very light and very thin. Because usually, what I learned when I used to do custom apparel is there's actually two types of garments, especially with shirts. There's the fashion weave, and there's the workwear weave. And with fashion weave, the lineage of the garment itself is actually a lot thinner. So let's take this t-shirt for example. Let's say that like here. So what I learned when it comes to garments is this. For one of those garments, there's two types of shirts. There's the fashion line and there's the usual workwear line. With fashion line, the weeding inside the garment itself, like the little tweeds of the threads, is actually threaded a lot closer, and usually in softer, more like thinner material. The reason they did that is because, for one, that tighter knit allows it to make it a lot easier to print like vinyls, to ink for like logos or anything what you want to do with the shirt. So, and with the material itself, it makes it very comfortable for an average Joe to just wear run and about. That's the positive, but of course the negative is unless you have like 100% cotton and the material isn't like 100 like. If it's not like constructed really, if it's constructed well and made with the right materials, like maybe 100% cotton to maybe some polyester, then it can last for a good amount of time. But the issue is that certain fast fashion brands like H&M, Zara, some of that, they tend to cheapen out the materials and they tend to skip some steps when it comes to designing the garment itself. So that's why they kind of break down a lot. Usually with fashion, they don't really last that long, and at certain cases, it's mostly just to look good. But with workwear, there's another term, but I forgot. The threading of the garment itself is a lot thicker. It's a lot more loose. And while you won't be able to print as much logos and stuff you want with those garments, the thing with those is that they're they're a little more raw and more stiff, but they last they're pretty durable garments, mostly for like workwear or outdoor ventures. For me, I kind of like enjoy wearing this type of garment because it just feels. I just love the weight. I just love the overall like construction of it, especially with what I do, both work and everyday stuff. And with the Yeezy stuff, it's exactly what I want. Very heavy garments and that oversized look. It's exactly what I want. Maybe it's stupid for me to talk about it, but I always enjoy that kind of wear, and especially with the whole liquidation happening now, it's like Jesus Christ. I need to get it as before it's all gone. Yeah, right now I'm just essentially just pulling off all of the garments that I've used on this reference. For this one, we're not going to go with this color. There's another line that I want to go with. Hang on. Yes, this one. This one. This is the one. There we go. It's that like slight greenish bluish tint. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I do find fashion to be interesting, mostly retro and more historical fashion. My favorite events are probably in the mostly 2013, 40s, and that way wear for daily use. And usually by flannel and plaid shirt for targeted off an Amazon mold. You know, I would like to see the garments that you have. Like, I'm actually very curious what you mean by those, because usually with retro and historical fashions, I mean, there's a term that's called archive fashion. That's actually a term. Like usually people who hunt down like 90s or 80s era like fashion items, mostly from Raf Simons to Maison Margiela, mostly like the luxury brands. But I know there are some who actually do seek out more vintage wear from the 80s and that. But usually for the 20s, 30s, and 40s, that's quite an interesting niche interest to go into. But I do am genuinely curious to see what you got in mind. I know that I tend to play around with old props here and there, especially with vintage toys from the 50s and 60s, like from Marx to the tin toys, Matty Mattel. Some of my illustrations I did happen to include them as part of the illustration because I maybe I'm just being an idiot, but I just love to research and learn more about these vintage toys and see what the people used to play back then and get an understanding more of that era. I don't know, it's always fascinating to see those things at the time, and especially when I used to go to flea markets, especially with like farmers market here and there. I will occasionally go to antique stores and stuff in the flea market, and I'll actually see like G.I. Joes from the 50s and 60s to like old school stuff from like old school Disney here and there. So I don't know. I always find those very fascinating, especially when you hunt them down and find like that right thing, like that right item. But yeah, I do like to see him someday. King Ludwig II of Bavaria. Alright, I got 11 minutes left. Let's try to finish this. We can do this. I can win. Hopefully. Well, the flannel shirts aren't those from Greek Legates per se, but I definitely prefer more conservative, old school designs if possible. I'll DM you a couple of pics of the Yeah, I mean, definitely do show them. I'm really curious what you got. Flannels, I did try. I do happen to have one that's kind of like a unique shape. I think lately I've been getting more into more conservative clothing. Like, I'm gonna bring them up again, but the Yeezy line is kind of like that. It's usually like a mix between. I mean, there are some parts of the Yeezy line that does have some branding, like the Calabasas from season 5 and 6, I think. But for the majority of them, it's usually very brandless, and it's usually either military wear or workwear. That's all what it is. So I love that sort of like that conservative, very plain looking aesthetic because it's very versatile, and I love how you can just wear it on anywhere. You can go to like a casino, you can go to Target, you can go to a flea market, you can go anywhere and nobody will bat an eye. But if you wear like an item like Supreme, like a Supreme jacket, well, you can wear it. The issue is that there's only like a select few places you can go without being like a potential target. Like if you go to like a flea market with a Supreme North Face collab jacket, unfortunately there's that sort of like expectancy of possibly being nabbed or catching the attention of the wrong people, which is something you don't want. I don't know. To me, lately, I've been getting more into kind of like garments that last a long time and the ones that are very versatile, the ones that you can wear for years to come and they never fall out of fashion. That's something I've been getting more into lately. But of course, I mean, I do dive in like some stuff here and there that may interest me here and there. So I'm not like 100% exclusive to that. Okay, I'm going to cheat a bit. I'm going to alter the colors just a tad bit so that way it looks different. Because the jacket itself is like heavily woven, and the issue with that is that there's like a lot of textures, a lot of materials behind it. So if I do that, I might be here all day. So I want to get this. I want to get a move on with this thing. So I'm going to do this. I am not sure if this is meant to be purple, but I mean I can always adjust it on the fly. Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks for showing me that, Ludwig. I think after this, either remind me tonight or tomorrow. Hey, it's a good shirt. Definitely remind me tomorrow to show you my flannel, because the one I have is not like an outerwear. Well, it is an outerwear, but it's more like a jacket. It has like a lot of padding inside of it. That's the type of flannel that I have. But like I said, it's a very unique piece. Not the skin color I have in mind, but actually, let me go back. I'm gonna go do something very quick. All right. Yeah, take your time. I'm gonna be here for maybe like an extra hour or two. I feel like the skin color is a little artificial, but again, I can always adjust on the fly. Yeah, I think the skin color isn't right, but don't worry, I'm just gonna color this up and I can just adjust it after that. Alright, we got about 5 minutes left on this mixtape, so... Oh, time's up. Oh, shit. Alright, okay, we're gonna take a quick... we're gonna take like a 10-minute break, and we're gonna do the last round. Let me, drag this all the way there. There we go. Yeah, just give me 1 minute. And after turn. Yeah, just walking out of the room, it's just, you're blasted with a wave of cold air. It's like, oh my god. Like, when I was working, it was reaching 29.7 degrees Celsius, and now it dipped to like 29.1. So, it's a good thing we have this break, so that way I can ventilate the air out of this. But yeah, let's see who's alright. Well, I will say to the remaining people, I appreciate you guys sticking around. I'd say for at the end of this break, I have time for one more round, and I think we might have to wrap up after that because, yeah, I actually went to sleep. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do part 2 tomorrow. Maybe I might finish this up and just submit it. So it all depends on that. But yeah, definitely in the future, uh, anytime I plan to do a session, I'll make an announcement a day before and just let people know on Twitter and maybe on Discord. So that way everyone knows where I'm going to be. Because I do admit I do feel kind of bad having to just announce it exclusively just one area. So again, I'll just do that format. I already said my piece on that thing, so I don't have to repeat it. Okay, I'm going to repeat the song, and right as we get to round 4, I'm going to switch to another track. All right, let's do this. All right. We're gonna enter the last round. The last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish colorizing this whole thing, and with the remaining time, I'm gonna add some shading, and that'll be it. I think for tomorrow, I'm gonna finish this up and upload it, but that's the plan. All right, let's go. Yeah, just by opening the door for 10 minutes, that it definitely cooled this room a lot more. So I'm grateful on that. I feel like the hand should be fixed, but you know what? I'm gonna do it just so I don't get too annoyed by that. Well, welcome back, King. Wait a second, out, Varia. Hope your adventure went well. Yeah, right now we're approaching the final round, so I'm just gonna try and finish this up as soon as I can. You know what? I'm gonna keep the song. Why not? I personally like it myself. see, for hair. I feel like there's a faster way to do this, but might as well. Why not? Just gonna keep on doing this. I just realized he doesn't have proper trigger discipline. You know what? I'm keeping that. Why not? I don't think he even cares anyway, so why should I bother? I'm still waiting to gut, and I didn't even notice that. Oh yeah. What? I'm gonna do this. No, it's incorrect. It doesn't look right. Now the issue is that I feel like I made his hand like a little too big. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. I'm gonna leave it for now because I don't want to waste too much time. Yeah, I don't think that works. Hey, it was worth a shot. Yeah, I mean, normally I would fix that, but since I want to get this done in a day or two, I might as well just roll with it. Yeah, I'm keeping that hair. It's staying. We're almost done. Just gotta keep pushing. Holy shit, this looks awful. Whoa, that I did not expect it to look that bad. I guess this helps? Yeah. I really don't do this, but for time's sake. No, let's not turn into a Smurf. Let's get the pew pew. Should get the blue. Why did? You know, it would be funny if it weren't like I haven't actually saw them myself, because I know there are people who are into that. I mean, I shouldn't be disappointed because I mean that's expected, but it's just. I don't know why. I mean, honestly, that could be an interesting social experiment. Just want to see like what kind of people I can attract there, but unfortunately, I cannot do it under this branch. Let's say that. I mean, I had my fair share with Loudhouse characters, and people has, let's say, I remember my fair share on that venture, and you get the usuals, but you do get the ones that have very interesting requests, and well, I mean, it is an interesting niche, and you do get recognized well in that on that area. But it's one of those things. It's like, how do I say it? You can only do so much to the point that you just get sick of it. I'm just going to end with that. I think from now on, when it comes to line art, I'm going to go with the basic. I think we're going to go with more of like a finer line, because the sketch line has been fun, but I think it's time to ditch the aesthetic and go for more like a cleaner approach. Maybe, I don't know. Alright, let's get rid of the background. Yeah, I hear you. There's a few artists that I know who have problems with anniversaries attracting too many of the kink people on DA. There's constant and fair amount of frustration, and at least one of them outright left the site due to that. I mean, I haven't gotten that yet under Ikukiku, thankfully. I feel like DeviantArt has kind of tamed down a lot compared to what it used to be, because back then it used to be like a festive cesspool of like a lot of like unique interests on that site. But I think that ever since they introduced a new layout change, a lot of people has their accounts removed, and there's like a lot of pushback against that sort of idea. I mean, it's both good but also not good, because while they did clamp down like certain places, a good amount of them are still around. But I feel like, actually, you know what? I feel like DeviantArt has gotten worse, because now when they introduce the new feed section, you do get to see things from DA, but unfortunately, things that shouldn't be there, for some reason, people just do it, and it's not a good look. Not a really good look, and I mean, I don't want to, and honestly, I don't want to address this because I don't want to. I think it's like too much. I think it might be. Honestly, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because it's just that bad. But yeah, I feel like DeviantArt has, at one hand, it has like slowly improved, but on the other, it's not. And honestly, I don't feel like DeviantArt has much of a future, honestly, because I mean, with the whole layout change, and honestly, most people now has different options of where they want to go to get their stuff. So it's like, what's kind of the point of being there when I think one of the reasons why people go there is being clamped down. I don't know, just my idea. Yeah, this backdrop is going to be like very crude, but that's okay. Due to time limits, I'm just going to roll with it. Yeah, I'm thinking I should go like all black. But I'm just gonna cover. Yeah, I agree that modern social media like Twitter and Instagram have rendered DA a bit pointless, and I mentioned that if even there's a shutdown completely, it will probably wind up between hangouts, left artists, and niche creative fandoms and stuff like that. Yeah, I feel like that's what DeviantArt is going to resort to. It's just going to be mostly like a niche area just for that. Because I remember Tumblr used to be like the ultimate haven on a lot of exotic art, but ever since they clamped down on a particular thing, it kind of destroyed anything that made Tumblr what it is and kind of killed what it is. I mean, Tumblr is still around, but now it's just like kind of a niche thing. Like nobody really goes there to take it serious. Honestly, in my opinion, I don't think Tumblr. Most people take. Okay, I might be wrong, but I'm just gonna say like most people don't really see Tumblr the same anymore. Let's say that. Like, I feel like most people lost trust of them ever since they did that stunt of the whole clamping down on that particular subject. And why would anyone want to go there when they can easily flip the switch and just do it all over again? So, I don't know. I just figured that I don't think there's a reason for people to go back there. I never hear a Tumblr being spoken of in a possibility where everyone is either mad at them or for banning porn, or they use a hyper woke. The very few times I've visited over the past several years, I didn't see anything that really compete. Yeah, it's like, I mean, I now open a Tumblr account and I just post my art there, but I feel like, from what I've been observing, Tumblr feels like a former shelf of what it was. Like, it tries to reclaim that 2013 era, but the issue is that the fact that happened with the whole like corn incident, it just doesn't, like, why wouldn't anyone go there anymore? That's kind of the thing. I feel like the most people who just stay there are kind of like mostly people who are loyal to Tumblr and just only stay there by that, or just stay in their own niche bubble. That's what I feel like what Tumblr has become. Like, it just becomes like kind of like a huddle of all the remnants of its glory days. I mean, all they have to do is just simply just allow that thing once again, and just and people will flock back in. Well, if people gain that trust again, of course. But I highly doubt people will do that. Yeah, this thing is gonna annoy me a lot, so... I think with the rain time, I'm just going to add in shading, and I think will be it. I mean, not my best work, but hey, it's something. Oh my god. Oh my god. I really appreciate it so much, Ludwig. Um, I do have a final statement, but I think I can say that in a moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep on work. Whoa. There we go. Right layer. Right layer. Yeah, I'm going to keep on working on this, and I'll have my final statement. I already said this many times, but I think it's nice to have on a record. Yeah, I'm not going to detail the hand or this part yet because I feel like this still needs some work. Yeah, I mean, I could I could go on with the detail of the shading of that, but I want to save it because I think I'm going to save it for tomorrow because I want to fix the hand and stuff like that because I don't want to leave that thing because yeah, it's really sticking out and it's kind of bothering me, so that needs to be fixed immediately. Thankfully, it's an easy fix. I just got to save the shading for tomorrow. You know what? Might as well just add in this part as well because the light source is supposed to be coming from the side. Yeah, so I feel like the iris needs to be smaller, so I think I can do it. Hang on. I'm just going to experiment in this. Just want to see how it looks. Okay, I think for the eyes, I think they need to be smaller because they're way too big. It's one thing to have the eyes as a sketch form, but it's another when it's colorized, when you see the iris and everything. So I feel like that needs to be fixed because it's way too big. I mean, it's a good thing I didn't. It's a good thing I did this now, because eventually, when I begin illustrating Oswald, this will help me at least give me a guide of exactly what to do. But with the remaining minutes, let's just play around. Let's just play around and have some fun. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in a blue filter just to give that aesthetic. Again, this is not going to be the final version. I mean, this is just simply testing things around and just see how it's going to come out before the final product. No. All right, I think that will conclude. I think that's last round is over. All right, so 5 hours and 30 minutes today. Not bad. I mean, kind of surprised on one hand, but personally, I don't see anything wrong with the eyes. They're a bit big, but then again, so are the eyes, and like every other cartoon character is supposed to be cute. I mean, that's true. I mean, I'll just add the thing with anime. One thing I learned with anime eyes, just what's called the 3-eye rule. It's important to have that because that gives a good distance between the eyes themselves, and it just makes more sense. But with this, it just feels like the eyes are way too close together, so they have to be separated, or I have to narrow the eyes themselves. But maybe when I come back tomorrow, when I'm not overly critical, I would. Maybe if I'm not overly critical, my mind will change. But that's what I'm feeling now. But yeah, this is what we have so far. This is here we go. Yeah, this is Alright, so let me just pull this up. Yeah, so here is Zymir Ortiz from the story Interpelación. And I mean, as of now, when it comes to the overall look of the character, originally I was supposed to go for more of the hair. I was supposed to go for more of like short hair, like one side and then on the other. But the original, I feel like when I was developing that, it just doesn't feel right. So I went back with the old floofy look. But I did give him a bang, so at least that differentiates the look of him. Like overall silhouette, I mean, I say it works. I feel like it actually works. The the eyes that just need to, I just need to spend some time with it. Maybe I say tomorrow I'm going to dive in more of it. Um, his overall garments, I feel like it works. That's kind of the aesthetic I'm kind of looking for him. The pants, though, I might need to spend some more time with it because, yeah, the actual cargos, it does have like that slight brownish tint. And usually, when it comes to my preferred choice with garments and coloring, I don't want it to have like completely black or completely gray because, for one, it can, the more characters you get with that color scheme, the more I feel like it will be quite boring. So having some shades to it will help. So I'd say the shades of black works on this case. Maybe it'll grow on me, maybe it won't, but I'm thinking of just leaning more towards the brownish hue or the grayish blue hue for the pants. So that I might have to revisit tomorrow. Weapon preference, I feel like this is the right choice for him. I mean, it works, and the again the biggest thing I got to choose on that part is 45 ACP, and after researching a couple of handguns, Glock 21 is the right choice for him. I'd say with the sweater, it works. It's exactly what I'm looking for. Like this is exactly the approach I'm looking for. So it definitely works. Same with the cargos. Um, I'm fully aware that for now it is. I mean, if people were going to be asking, yes, it is kind of appropriating on an existing subject from a particular someone, but I'm not going to go too much detail. But just say I did admire this person's work for quite a while. I really did, and yeah, I'm gonna replay the song so we can just get back just for amp. You know what? Let's not do this one. Let's go back to yeah. Let's go with more of that. There we go. Just to conclude just to conclude. Um, so the overall the reason why I made the character is because well that whole development story I talked about earlier, but it's just that I kind of missed that era of that the version of the character where he used to be very edgy. He kind of has that sort of like fuck you kind of attitude, and just that overall like bad boyish tone. And I mean he still does now, but I feel like the approach that I see from his version is kind of different. It feels like his direction is kind of like on his way. Meanwhile, I want to take him under my wing and just have the version I'm going to take is kind of under my wing and going back to the era where he used to be very edgy and kind of like that sort of approach. So I like to kind of revisit it and kind of expand the horizon on that character of him and to see how it goes. I mean, there's a lot more to him that I've already written for him. Which I cannot say. I'm not going to say now because it's going to drag on way too long. But yeah, I like the look. I like the color scheme a bit. There's just some bits that I just got to fix, but that can be done. I would say from now on, I'm going to stick to thinner lines, and I might do away with the pencil aesthetic because the pencil aesthetic has been fun for some time, but lately it's starting to become a distraction, and I feel like it's kind of cheapening the approach of my illustrations. So I'm going to have to go back to the usual fine line approach on that part. But that's pretty much it on that part. If you guys have anything to say about bleh. Wow, even I can't remember my own character, Zymir. Wow, it shows you how late it is. Yeah, I mean, that's all I have to say for my character. I'm gonna post it on certain. I'm gonna post it on my server as a work in progress, and maybe some select servers that I feel like sharing. And maybe tomorrow I will continue on with this. I might do it like privately through VC, but that all depends. But yeah, I would say, yeah, the I would say, I'm not sure if it's, I'm not sure if you, unless you want me to say it, I'll keep you anonymous. But I'll just say I really do appreciate the kind gesture. Yeah, it's just that I'm not gonna make this into like another sappy story, but I'll just say it's like this has been something I've been wanting to do for a long time, and I mean, it's one thing being the admirer, but it's another thing to actually be part of it. And I just overall love the whole craft behind this whole thing. It's not just the art itself, but the overall, like, what you can do with it and what can you learn and grow from it. And I would say, thanks to this, it's not just on art, drawing itself, but also other mediums that I've delved into that helped me a lot with becoming who I am and finding what I want to do. And I'm not sure where I can see myself a year from now. Maybe I'll continue on this. Maybe I'll move on to working on CG. Who knows? But definitely, I do like to. Definitely, I mean, I feel like becoming Ico has been the right choice for me, because, I mean, it's almost a year since I became Ico, and I feel like I've experienced a good amount of things. I mean, I went from meeting a lot of people, from like Roll, Gas, and those people, like really great people, and now I've been able to participate in groups like the Pencils here and there. It's like, Jesus Christ, like all this is a short time. Like, I don't know. Maybe to some it may not feel like a big deal, but to me it is a lot, considering how it's my first time doing like actually being public. But that's all I have to say. I don't want to go too emotional on that part, because I don't think you guys care about that. but yeah, thank you all so much for visiting this. I guess you can say comeback stream. There is a chance there will be a Tuesday. Actually, no. Actually, I can't do Tuesday because there's something happening. Thursday, I will do. There will be one Thursday, and I'll try to make sure that there's an announcement a day before. That way, people are aware, and I'll post that on my server and on DeviantArt. I'm sorry, on Twitter. That way, people are aware, and we'll go from there. Because I feel like that's the right approach to do now on. Just announce it a day before. That way, people are aware. And go from there. But yeah, thanks for the live stream. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I do appreciate it. And to everyone else, I mean, I do appreciate you guys on sticking by. It has been quite a hell of a journey on my part. While it hasn't been like, it hasn't been as much as I hope. Still, though, I mean, I had some fun. I really did enjoy it. But, all right, now talking. I gotta get some rest. But until then, thank you all so much for stopping by. It's been fun, and stay tuned for announcement for future sessions. So, until then, have a good night, guys.